It is time. Okay. I just want to show this really quick. I was looking at stencils. They're pretty cool. So I made this. I didn't look at anything. Okay, well, I did look at something. First of all, I had to figure out even how to use this. How this line even works. Now I know how it works. It's essentially just all on its own a logic line for whether or not this pixel... Well, okay. Whenever you do a read and a compare, essentially it means this, I believe, it means the shader doesn't do anything unless the stencil is set to 2. So up here I have stencil mode right depth fail. It's a bit, I feel like it's a little silly how it works. You have to use several shaders in a row to do anything. At least 2. A stencil requires at least 2 shaders. One of them has to write. And it's a bit, essentially the fragment acts as your pixel, but you decide what the stencil is to, what the stencil value is. So if you end up writing a pixel, so I could even say this, I can just say discard, right? We don't draw anything anymore, and the stencil goes away. There's no X-ray happening. So the first shader essentially just has to say you have to do something with the stencil. So the first line, or the first thing should be like your command. So you're either writing, you're reading, or you're writing depth fail. So if the depth test fails, which means the pixel is not going to be, the pixel's being discarded. Not the pixel is being discarded, but the pixel is being overwritten because it's too far away. So I can say, all right, if the pixel is obscured by something else, write a 2. Okay, that's literally all it is. If the pixel that I draw, that I try to draw, is obscured, write a 2. Then in here, I say, you also have to worry about the depth test as well. So I can say, all right, I want to draw my pixel if the depth test fails. So I say depth test inverted. You also have to turn on depth draw never, or you have to do something to make it so it's like an alpha. It's not an opaque pass. So then this shader runs after this one, after the opaque pass, after the depth test. And it says, okay, don't draw depth test, invert it. So we're only going to draw pixels that are behind something. And then the stencil mode also says, as well, only draw pixels if the stencil is 2. If the stencil value is equal to 2. I might even be able to comment this out, to be honest. I don't know. I might be able to comment this out. No, see, because now it's drawing over itself. This just turned blue. So I guess that's why you do that. See? So then we only draw when the depth test fails, and when the depth test fails, which is 2. And then we only draw here when this is 2. And we just invert the depth test. I don't know, it's weird. I'm trying to explain it. I think I fully understand it. I'm kind of surprised by maybe the implementation for the engine is like more complicated, but at least on this side, I feel like it's really it really didn't take me much to figure this out. I did this like within a few minutes after I ended stream yesterday. Okay, I just want to show that. This was like a test thing. Now, what does that mean for shadows? Probably nothing. I probably can't do that with shadows. You can do it with lights, so I can do the same process so that any object obscured by it... What was the example? Why is there a blue bar? There's an example... I must have closed it. Essentially, it was doing the exact same thing that I was just doing, but rendering onto the object wouldn't draw. It would draw it would draw with an alpha 0, and you'd only see it when it intersects an object. So you can make it look like a light. using a shader. And it wouldn't actually be a light. It would just be a physical mesh that you draw. Whenever it is not visible because it's obscured by something behind it, it becomes light. It does kind of require that you can't, like, see it behind a wall, I think. Oh, no. It's the case where you have to, the shape has to be visible, so you see the shape, the surface draws, but it's transparency 0. And then in front of that surface has to be a surface that is obscured, so you have to be able to see the object, and then you also have to be able to see part of the object that's being blocked by another object, and then that plane draws a light color. It does a blend multiply and then a light color. I could actually probably just throw it together really fast. It requires 3 passes though. I'll just do it. So I will go the sphere. Stencil 2, next pass. Shader material. Stencil 3. Okay, so the first thing I do is I write, I just write a 1. And I will also make alpha 0. So now we shouldn't see it anymore. Okay, I'm not sure why it's visible. Do I have to say, like, render mode? I think I need to write that. Do I have to write that? There's something with alpha. Okay, well now I'm confused. It could be this part. Maybe this is, I don't know. This is the... Yeah, I'm actually really confused why... How do I make the alpha work? I have to go find it. There's just a specific render mode that I have to specify that I can't remember. Depth draw always? Alright, well I thought I could do it really fast. Apparently I don't remember how to make it transparent. So unfortunately I will have to look up. It's here. Wait, this is 4.6, right? Oh, no. I need 4.5. Weirdly, the person who apparently doesn't know how the light renderer works in Godot made this. How do I make it transparent? Depth draw never? What? I literally don't understand why it's drawing. I actually don't understand why this is drawing when I have transparency set to 0. Is it this part? Is this also doing it? I don't know. Okay, so I guess that was doing it. Anyway, so I just need to write a 1. And then I need to write I need to write a 1 when it's visible. And then this is the blend multiply. When it is equal to 1, and depth test inverted. I think I still also do depth draw never. This is the weird thing. It needs to draw the depth. Maybe I don't understand how this example works. Gosh, do I know how to use my computer? Maybe. All right, let me check this again. Because I should understand this. So the first thing we do is we do the mask, then we do the color, then we do the clear. I don't know if the clear is necessary. I think the clear is necessary. So do the mask. Depth draw never. Cull back. You know what? I'm just going to go through it how I think you need to do it. Cull back is already default. So we just write a 1. So we write a 1 when we can see it. And then I want to compare to 1 where we see it, where the depth test is wrong. I need to turn off culling. So the back faces can go behind the thing. And then blend multiply. And then this will be it also doesn't draw to the, which is weird. This should draw to the depth. That should be drawing to depth. I don't know why it's not doing that. This one does not need to draw to depth. But we use the inverted depth test. So it will come from here, invert it. And then this should already be working, I think. Kind of. The albedo should be 1. And the alpha should be 1. Right, so it kind of does something already. Is it actually, maybe it is that this needs to be. Weird, it only appears when I put it on there. And it has this weird effect, and unfortunately, like, that part of my screen is hidden. Does this need to be brighter than that? Probably. Oh no, I do get why we have to do the depth draw never, because that inhibits, though I don't know if this one's necessary. I feel like this one's not necessary. Oh, I think it's when you have multiple lights. That's probably what it is. I don't have multiple lights, but I guess I can write it anyway. Oh, and then I guess it actually is supposed to be unshaded, right? Yeah, okay. But I'm really not sure why it doesn't update in real time. But, you know, that's the effect, right? Where the sphere intersects, it's going to draw light. It's probably a case where... I thought I had this correct. Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't make sense. I was thinking for some reason that the way I was writing it would prevent this from happening, where you have light coming through the wall like that. But... oh well. It's like a very cheap light. Just as a mesh. Anyway, that's enough of that, probably. It is a weird setup. I wish there was a way that it was more logical in the fragment piece. But I guess that's just how depth or stencil buffers work. Okay. So now the trees. The trees. And then I think let me check the moonlight here. 100 meters. That's fine. 200 meters. This line right here is really like egregious though. But then this line's really bad. No, maybe I swear I was seeing the blend was like messing with this. Like looking at this and not moving at all, the blend would obliterate this part for some reason. I don't know, maybe that was just some weird bug that was happening. Wait, what is this doing? In both scene lighting and sky rendering? I don't think do I need that? Oh, yeah, okay, I guess I need that for the... and then I think actually the moon doesn't do this. I think the moon actually doesn't do that. Because I do that manually in the shader. The sky shader receives the position of the moon as a like deliberately passed parameter. You know, it's actually weird. Hang on. That's actually a bit odd. Why is that? Because yeah, that's already lit. Is this like applying it twice? It's applying it twice. Isn't it? Well, that's a mistake. Okay. Well, I needed to fix that. Because that's already being done. The shader already does the sky. This disk I draw myself, but I can hide the disk too to demonstrate that it's actually still there. Or just look at the shader. I mean, the sky shader already does that. So now I'm realizing this was a mistake. Yeah. Okay, well. Yeah, see right here, this line kind of goes away. But then this back here in the back, like the shadows over here literally change. That blend is like really high for some reason. It blends like the whole way. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. And how do these look? They look alright. I wonder if I mean, I keep going back and forth on this. I need to wrap this up really quick and get onto that. Maybe that's better. Maybe this. It's just a little bit better. It does something terrible over there, to be honest. And I wish I had more control of that, because I would like to say, oh yeah, filter the close shadows, but not the far shadows. Let those stay. Like, I think it looks, I think I kind of like how it looks up close, but then far away, it breaks down too badly. It's just too bad way out there. Or the hard shadows. Okay, well. Yeah, this aliasing is also really... Dang. Do I have to go for this to go to that aliasing? It's still a little aliased. Alright, well, I don't know. I feel like I want to investigate. I definitely want to look at stencil shadows and see if I can make that work. And I think ideally what I would have is alpha. So like to my understanding, I would have to use alpha, or to get alpha shadows, so transparent materials. To cast proper shadows, you have to use a shadow map, as far as I understand it. If it's a solid mesh like the trunk, stencil shadow. Which I'm fine with. Which means I would have two different shadow groups, essentially. I would have a group that says, hey, this shadow should use stencil shadow, or this object should use stencil shadows, which will be the default. And then I say, all right, I want this mesh or this material to use shadow maps. And then perhaps that might allow me to do some more compressed like this. And then I would have like an LOD level where the leaves go from transparent to mesh. And then they would flip over to stencil shadows. So even at a distance, I can still like pretend like I have leaves, because I would just have like a physical like mesh or whatever shape that's drawing it. There was also this thing that I saw. What was these? Unfortunately, it seems like I closed it. Okay. Let me open that. It's an image. I'll find it later. It was called Irregular Z. irregular Z buffer or something shadows, where essentially one pixel, it's basically ray tracing, but like not brute force ray tracing, where every pixel writes to a buffer that says, hey, I need these samples from my light. So if the mesh is like straight onto me, it says, all right, I just need one sample to the light. And then if it's like really parallel, it says, okay, well, my mesh contains like 8 shadow samples, so I need 8 samples to the light. And then the light draws its normal shadow map, I think. Draws its normal shadow map. And the mesh essentially looks up into that shadow map the samples that it needs. I think that's about how it works. Maybe the light needs a different kind of rendering for the shadow map. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so. I think so, because essentially when you get to the light pass, then the light says, hey, what do I need, right? It'll read from your screen buffer. It says, all right, this one needs 1 sample, and then it figures out where that 1 sample is, and then it says, all right, this one needs 8 samples, and it figures out where those 8 samples are, and renders them out. Is about how it works. In that, what I saw was it was using a single 8K texture map, shadow map, and it was really good. Essentially, you had infinite distance because your shadow map was like 8K resolution on your screen. It wasn't like a flat plane from the light stretched over the terrain, right? Because essentially what this means is the shadow map is larger than the bounds of my screen right now. I have a 4K. This is obviously way smaller than 4,000 pixels on each dimension. So the shadow map is like blown up over the top of it. So I'm using a lot of pixels that I'm not even drawing. And when I look up, I'm drawing a whole shadow map here. I'm only using like maybe 2% of it. If I do this, I'm using maybe 2% of the near shadow map. And I'm using like maybe at best a quarter of this, of the second shadow map. And then even less of the third, and then even less of the fourth. Like the fourth is rendering a huge shadow map, and I'm probably using like less than 100 pixels from it. And it's a 4K shadow map. Same thing with this one. So it's like, I mean, if you think of it as really, really bad, to my understanding, use one shadow map with the irregular Z buffer. It essentially just pulls the pixels from your screen where it needs to shadow, of course. And then it looks up, it goes to that light source and says, all right, for this pixel over here, it says, hey, I'm kind of flat, so maybe I need 2 or 3 samples. So it goes to the light source, and this light source says, all right, here's your 3 samples. And it writes that value to that pixel on the screen. So you use an 8K shadow map, you get 8,000 pixels mapped straight onto your screen. You're not wasting a lot of space. So that, maybe I should look into that, because that seems like it could be a very simple change, or at least a feasible change. And then I just have one shadow map. Okay, anyway, a lot of shadow stuff, lots of shadow stuff, which honestly, that makes the most sense. Like you'd say, oh, you know, that's ray tracing, that's gonna be more expensive. It does depend on the number of triangles, I believe, on your scene, but they were showing scenes like with millions of triangles. I think I have, how many do I have? I have 220,000 triangles on my screen right now. And every single one of those would receive a perfect shadow. A perfect shadow scaled to an 8K thing. So, I mean, if I have an 8K shadow map, which right now, by the way, 4K shadow map, but I'm rendering 4 of those. So I'm actually rendering a 16K shadow map. So I could render 16K texture of shadow and getting 200 frames. Or I could render a quarter of that, and every single one of those pixels is actually mapped onto my screen. Because again, right now I'm writing like 4 shadow maps, and I think only one of them is being used, and it's probably like less than a quarter of that entire texture is actually being drawn on my screen. So, okay, trees. Trees. Alright, so what I've got to do here is I need to make... Why does that happen? I need to simply make... I think I should go and make an LOD2 for each of these trees. So let me do that. Or an LOD1, I guess. Which is just going to be the same mesh. Quite literally the same mesh. Hide that one, and then the only thing about this is that I have to use the override, the surface material override, and I guess I actually just want to override the leaves. Do I have just like a green? I mean... Okay, new set of material. I need to copy this color. Well, actually, I guess I should just use... Okay, close that. I guess I should just use the foliage shader. And then... No. Standard material. Transparency disabled. Wrap. Tune. And then I just need to set the albedo to be the same color. Right, so in theory I turn this off and it looks the same. Okay, pretty much. Why did it do that? Okay. Got this one, LODs. The last LOD is 1. To reload the scene, which I'm actually not going to do that because every time I do this it breaks, so I'm actually just going to reload. I'm just going to close it and then reopen it because clicking reload like has been frequently crashing or like breaking this. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I guess I literally have to reload the project. Sure, I don't even know what I changed. It's not picking up on that. I need to go and figure out what that is. Last LOD1. LOD1 range. I mean, they're there. Is there a fade? Is it, like, how can I do a fade? Is that even possible? Yeah, I'll say these cast shadows. Maybe it's on the terrain itself. I do that. It could be just something here where I say this has like a fade. There's this. Okay, I guess I'm gonna look this up. Looking for the website. Instancing. Unfortunate. Really? Essentially what would happen ideally is the grid cell will load both LOD 0 and LOD 1, and it would crossfade them using like alpha hashing or whatever it is, dithering, some kind of alpha dither. So there's a crossfade between the LODs. But I guess for now I don't get that. There is this. I don't know. I'll just leave it like this. Nothing has fallen. Bratsy. Hello. I'll just leave it like that. That's fine for now. That does suck though to see that there's no fading. Well, I mean, common thing that tends to happen is I notice something and I'm like, I really wish I just had that. Okay, there's no link back to this. And then I look it up and it's like, oh yeah, here's the pull request to do that. Fade. Why is fade here? On web dev, you think it's worth to learn game dev? If you want to make games. That's an odd question. You're talking about just two totally different things. Essentially, is what I'm saying. You're literally talking about two different things. Two totally different professions. The only thing in common is that you use a computer. Like, you might as well ask, I make music, is it worth learning how to make movies? Even that's a better one because you use music in movies. You don't use web dev in games, unless you're making web games with HTML and JavaScript. Okay, so they don't have that. It seems like it's not even a thing. Do they have... They have suggestions, right? Discussions? Fade. Smooth fractal LODs. What now? Okay, I don't think that's what I'm... Okay. That's good. For now. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Duplicate LOD1. Override. This. Rep. Tune. Albedo. Alright. And then I have to reload project because it just can't handle that. That's weird. Why does it not pick that up? It should pick that up. Right, I see those ones now. And then I guess at this point... I gotta figure something out for the terrain over here. I feel like I should just have a mountain there. I probably should. I definitely should. Because I can't really have a valley like this unless I stop the player from like getting up here. Which is really close to the town. Also, yeah. You know what? I think I need to have like a proper river or something. And this needs to be thinner? It probably needs to be thinner. And it probably needs to like go up here. Or up here. It needs to go in this direction. So then I can just have mountains there. Yep. I guess ideally I would probably have a waterfall. This is already really sharp. I don't remember this. I would like a waterfall, but I want it to be near. This hill is in the way. Alright, well, what I was going to do... Just going to go over here. Well... Let me remind myself. What was this? It was like... I'm not sure... One sec. I can't remember how this works, so... Okay, that's fine. So here it is. I have this one. Moist soils along streams. Nice. What about you? Soils well drained, gravelly slopes. I was thinking of having these near water, but maybe that doesn't make sense. Many soil types? Maybe that's fine. Can trees get over here? How would a tree get over here? Is this... How big is this area, actually? It's not very large. Also, I think I should work on the terrain here. Because if this is a mountainous area, this could just be like a rock. This could be pretty, like, hard. I mean, that would only make sense. Because it's surrounded by a lake, which also kind of functions as just a very big river. This should be like a rock sticking out of the ground, I think. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll look up... Can I... Okay. Island in a lake. Picture. What? Real picture? Alright, so what is this? It does seem like it sticks up really fast. So it is like a rock. But this doesn't... I mean, at least I don't see it. I don't see another stream. It's mountainous. These are like, you know, those kinds of trees. And it does look really flat. It looks like it's really flat. I was thinking of something like this, where it's very clear that it's just where... The picture, please. There's literally a big boulder here. It's literally a big rock. Like the reason the land stays there in the lake is because it's really tough to erode. I would assume over time Land would erode away. Maybe. Right, and I kind of forgot how this works. Aren't these technically volcanoes? When this happens, it's because it's a volcano. That's literally just a rock. And this is obviously a volcano. Vulcan Point. Ah. Third order islands. Island in a lake. Lake, sea, or ocean. An island in a lake on an island in a lake. And then an island in a lake on an island in a lake on an island in a lake. So all lake islands are second order, first of all, because the landmass, this is the continent. Do they count that differently? Yeah, see this, there's rocks, very large rocks around it. Okay, this is more what I'm looking for. This is very clearly a giant rock. Very, very much not like dirt. And this one, okay, well, it's gone now because I clicked a different image. This one doesn't look like it's part of a volcano. This one. This is definitely like a stream. It says lake. This is probably just a very big river. So yeah, mine should probably be more like a rock. An irregular border. More regular than I currently have it. And flat. Well, yeah. The border can be rocks. I don't know, this is weird. You can see the flow here. It's like a needle. That's just a rock. $1 million Island Lake royalty-free images. 1 million. That seems like exaggeration. Yeah, this is really nuts looking. It's super rocky looking. So it does say gravelly soil, which kind of fits. But I feel like I haven't seen an actual... I mean, these could probably be aspen trees. They don't have leaves. So they're not conifers. Conifers. This just looks like the water level is low, honestly. But up here, there's like a sharp change. And then it goes green. Okay. I may have seen enough now. So I should probably modify that. And I'm gonna have to clear this. Clear. Clear. Somehow this tree didn't get taken. Okay. I want to view this a certain way. Not really too helpful, but better than nothing, I guess. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm basically gonna flatten this out because I made this like a landmass island, not like a rock island. So I gotta fix that. So sample height around here. -8. That sounds about correct. -80. Yeah, that's definitely what I just typed right now. What is this? Why is it like this? That's really weird. What? What? 225% strength, by the way? What does that even mean? Yeah, so this is really odd. That's really stupid. I'm just literally gonna go fix that. That doesn't make any sense. How this toolbar is laid out for some reason. The challenge is gonna be finding that. I think it's toolbar. Tool settings. Height. Okay, so add setting apparently does a really bad job. And then I have to do this. It's... No, it's indentation. I gotta close these so I don't change those. Add setting is weight on here for some reason. Slider control. What? Oh yeah, okay. There should be an input box. Where's the input box? Editor spin slider. This is where you can type it in. Okay. And there's just this crazy margin on it for some reason. So I need to say... I gotta open one of these. What? Shouldn't it be in here? How do I open something down here? What? 2D. Theme. And then it's a... It's an editor. It's just not even there. Okay. It's really annoying. Okay. I have to go find it in the code. So it's called an editor spin slider. Editor spin slider. It should be like about down here, because I have to define the parts of its rendering. I guess it's here. What the hell? Apparently I've modified this. Don't do that. What? Okay. It must have some kind of indentation, or... Okay. I don't know why I'm looking at it there. I can open it here. Crazy. Arrange then? How does it have nothing? How does it have nothing? Like, I would think it'd be something like this. This is really odd. How does it know how to draw the text? SB offset. SB. Get theme style box. If not flat. So I need to set the override. I need to set a style box override for line edit. Called normal. I can't remember how this works. Get theme style box. When I set the override, get theme style. Yeah, this is really not fun. Data theme style override get pointer name. If theme type is blank, theme type is class name, or theme type is variation. Theme type, like literally how do I, okay, one sec, I gotta fix the window. Okay, window adjusted. And then a camera. It's really dark. Yeah, it's because there's like a bright spot right there behind me. It's not even there. I'll have to really drop that. Alright. I don't know, like do I really just say normal? It should just be that. Get theme style box. Has theme type and theme type has name. It's empty, theme type is class name. Yeah, I don't know if this is really going to work, but I'll try it. Okay, what's the offset? Style get margin. And let's hope that works. That's all I can really do, because I actually don't know how to make that force load it in that way. Because it may not be able to. Like, why does it have such a huge margin? That's just crazy. It has a really large left and right margin. Or it just has a really large left margin for some reason. It's like 30 pixels. For just no reason. Yeah, okay, so that didn't work. Oh, it's just stupid, is what it is. It's actually just dumb. Okay, I think I forget how to do it. None of that. This one just needs to set a suffix. Unit M. Size. Unit M. Height. Unit M. Height. Picker. Okay, so why does this one work and this one doesn't work? Or does it actually work and it's just hidden? No, it just straight up doesn't work. Why not? Why does it not work? Ah, wow. That's just... Alright. That is, ridiculous to say the least. Ridiculous to say the least. I should go ahead, and since I'm going to do terrain modification, I should go ahead and, why are the trees back? Oh, interestingly, that one got removed. The one that I manually painted away got removed. The other one did not. Okay. I guess I didn't save. Alright. What's changed? Those changed. Oh, I guess I should do that, shouldn't I? So I can see the difference better. And those got added. Skeleton? What now? What do you mean skeleton? Okay, well, I guess I gotta fix that. That's odd. It's like I have like 2 eyelashes sticking in my eye right now. Okay. How do I modify the terrain material here? Material. -10. That's quite a lot. And then I think this is probably less than 100. $200. Alright, let me make this a little bit more than that. -20. Okay, yeah, it's really hard to see this. Maybe just bring this down. So I can really see it. And this is apparently 0. Now, thanks for following, Wolf Ware Dev. Okay, I can't see that very well. Alright, that's cool. Right, and then I need to remember what I'm actually trying to do here. I am making sure that terrain, the regions are not being changed. I don't know why the region has changed there. So I have to close it again and undo that. I don't even think that's close to where I'm editing right now. I feel like it's not. But I'll go and do this shadow change. So project. And then just the scene world. Yeah, that should be it. I'll go and add that. I'll do a different commit, never mind. Update. Shadow settings again. Remove sky effect from lights. This is already included by the shader. And really not sure what part of the render is riding over the sky. And then I did that, and I think it also changed them, but testing stencil effects. Okay. And now at this point, I want to get that island fixed. The elevation needs to be a lot sharper of a change near it. And then it should be like a very shallow, like, beach, and then it juts up. Because before I do anything, I'm going to hit save. I'm going to see if it's deciding to just go ahead and change something. Okay, good, it's not. So then I think I'll probably have it at -8. Circle 0. Is that right? Is that what I want? It's probably what I want. Circle 0. I wonder if this is going to mess with the stream. You know what I should do? Let me undo that. Because I should be keeping this part the same, right? So here's an idea. I will go ahead and draw an area on here. I can't even see where I'm tracing because I have it turned off. That would make sense. Okay, for some reason I apparently placed when it like didn't place. I should probably make this as accurate to the shape as possible. I can also just do this. I just dropped a bunch of frames, I'm not sure why. Is this messing with the CPU doing this? What is happening? Why am I dropping frames? I'm still just dropping frames. That one doesn't really make much sense to me. How what I'm doing here is doing that. Okay, that's basically the shape. So now I can see this, and I can turn off the water. What's over here? That shouldn't be there. Okay, I guess that's a book that I have right now. Is there like terrain things happening? I think there's like a... What is this? Like on the edge of my screen, the terrain is getting higher. Or something. Well, actually, I don't know what happens when I change the height of the terrain underneath these. Because these points are supposed to be snapped to the surface of the terrain. There's one thing I haven't thought of yet. There's no feedback for that. But I guess what I probably should do is do this. Edit from up here. Can I make this marker not this massive? Like, I actually can't see where I'm editing because of it. I literally can't see because of that. Is that a gizmo I can turn off? No. I literally can't see because of this massive crosshair. Okay. I guess I have to edit from here. It looks like it dug in too far there. So what it would have is like somehow have a jagged edge to the terrain here. Okay, so I've got the shape. And then, how would I do this? Thanks for falling short of code. I think actually, I don't know. How do I add it back? I can smooth, but that's going to change the... Maybe that's fine. Actually, maybe that's exactly what I want. Okay, I've got it. I think I've got it. So I'm going to use a large brush and smooth this. And then I just raise it back up to like... I feel like that's not correct. Water level should be at 0, right? It's at -1. Okay. So I could do smoothing. I think I probably need to turn down the strength a bit. And then... Okay, that did nothing. Literally nothing happened. Do I need it to be larger? Maybe circle 2? I feel like I have to repeat this a few times. Yeah, this thing is really, really stupid. Circle 2, height of... Yeah, 0. Strength 20. Yeah. I will have to repeat this a few times. I don't know. I'm trying to think about this, because I feel like now this is going to really mess with the edge too much. It's going to look strange. Ooh. Did I drop frames? No. I don't know how to do like fine terrain edits like this. I feel like I'd almost like to draw a shape and say, because when I'm looking for, there was a picture. Can't really see it there. It was probably one of these that I was clicking on. What is that? Why does it look like this? Essentially, there's like a very obvious like rock surface or something. It's like, it juts out and then it's like smooth, like this like quarter pipe shape, and then it's green. I don't know how I can do that. I was thinking I just make this like a very large brush. So I could get that, at least on the outside. What does water look like right now? I'll just keep repeating until it's roughly there. That's not what I expected to see happen. Okay. You can make terrain to look a certain way. I think there just is some method that exists. Like, oh, if you want this shape, this is what you have to do. So then what I would probably do, maybe now it's close enough. Okay, I think I repeat one more time. That's going to be right on it. Maybe I go over the edge a little bit. Was I at 10? I don't know. What's the difference here? It's like 3 meters. I feel like that's too much. Okay, so then maybe my thought was just on this part, I raise the terrain right on the edge. To like, I guess to -1. Maybe with a really high strength, actually. No. That's very strong. And then maybe then I do a smooth over this. Maybe this is it. It's gonna look really weird until I smooth it. This is my idea. I guess this is the place where you would probably have like actual mesh assets. Maybe that's part of it. I'd have some kind of like physical terrain piece that uses the same shader as the terrain. Or material as the terrain. Or not even necessarily that, just have something as an actual mesh. the extra detail here. I don't know about that. Keep going all the way around. And now, when I smooth it possibly with this, what do I get? I don't know. Maybe this is fine. This might be fine. Strength, what was I using? Strength 100? Okay, I feel like I should do less than 100. And I think I want to go... Maybe I should go larger. Okay. Less than that. 10. I'm gonna hide all of this. Go. And maybe I just need to go. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit harsh. This will be under the water, though. This part will be. So maybe it's fine that it looks harsh, and maybe that's preferred. I swear the shift key doesn't work. It's literally just not functioning right now. Oh, it is. Why's my speed so low, then? Why is this auto exposure making everything so dark? I can't see. 1 second. Okay, now I can see. Yeah, this is really... Dang. Yeah, I should just continue. It's honestly, like, it probably is preferable that it looks really a little bit choppy under the water. Because it would be. In my mind, at least, it would be. And I guess in theory, I would actually do this along the entire edge of the terrain. The lake. This is back to where I started now. Yeah, definitely having something procedural is probably way better than what I'm doing. This actually looks kind of good, I think. It looks really like the shape I was trying to have. Though it doesn't quite match with the water level, actually. I should probably go for an actual... Painting terrain is fine, but I should probably actually go for a proper, like, terrain tool. Like a different program that generates terrain. Gaia is something I've used before. I don't know, I kind of also don't like that idea of doing that. Kind of don't want to do that. You know, I think this looks good. I think this is fine. Okay, what does the texture look like right now? Oh, has this been auto-shaded? White is on. So I probably turn this on for the edges here. For now. And then I'll come back and manually paint it. This feels really tedious to me. Like this is not something I should be doing. Okay. And it's all green. And then now maybe what I do is I will do a very hard flatten at 0. You know what would be nice if I could say to only apply this where the height, or like activate my brush where there's a certain height requirement already met. I guess I could do this in the middle and then see. Oh yeah, this is it. This is it. That was too much. Okay, let me make it less strong. No, it needs to... Okay. Undo a little bit. I think I was just turning this on. Whoa, okay. 5. Alright, this is what I was looking for sure. Oh, man. And then I think I'll go in here and paint dirt underneath this. I guess in some spots I should go... Or should I... Make it all the way up there. I think there's like an update. I probably actually need to update the plugin, honestly. Or the add-on. Where the auto shader looks a little bit better. Because it is based on a grid. And it doesn't blend smoothly at angles. It doesn't blend that grid very well. Okay, I feel like this can take a while. I feel like to make this actually look good, it can take a while. So, one second. I just want to check if I could open the window a little bit yet. So, perhaps... I think I definitely want it to be at 0. So there's like... Or do I? Okay, maybe I'll actually do... Negative 0.4. And then the thing that gets me is these edits are like highly destructive and I can't kind of go back to how it was. That would be cool. I was just thinking of this. It would be cool if I could... What does this do? Nothing. If I could have some kind of layered edit. That would actually be ideal. So I could say, all right, on top of this, I want to apply like a drop or like these changes, I guess, these height changes. So then I could just go over and say, like, all right, erase, like, or mask it out, essentially. Because I would kind of like to undo quite far back. Which I guess I can. I might still have it in... Okay, it's still here. Or what I can do is I can set the height here. Maybe with a 2-meter brush. And this would probably be about here. It's kind of just that I also can't really see it very well. Maybe I turn this back on and then edit that. Why is it rounding me to a meter? Are we serious? Yeah, that's funny. Well, I'm gonna go fix that, I guess. What is this? The material? Just for literally no reason. Where is it? I'd have to compile that. Wow. Because just for no reason at all, it shows you the tens place, but then it clamps it to the ones place. That's really nuts. I'm looking at the wrong place. What? What's it called? Height map black height. Let's search for black. Really? That doesn't make any sense to me. You literally have to have this word somewhere in the code. Height map clamps to the nearest. Why? Also, this is really weird. Why is it like this? This is GLSL, but I'm pretty sure this is actually GD shader, not GLSL. Oh, it's like that. Yes, like why? Why? What's the point of that? That's such a weird thing to have. So, is this in here? No. That is so weird to me. How does it show this? Debug hype. I mean, this is exactly... Debug height map setup. Should just check the math here. Yeah, there's no... It's so weird to me. Okay. So... Gotta compile. So I can have more accuracy than a half meter. Because I mean, I would like tenths of a meter. That's just... Why? 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 That's so weird to me. Why? Maybe if the terrain, each vertex is actually only accurate to a half meter. But then you lose, you can still have points on the terrain between those. In fact, there's unlimited points between those because it's just based on how many pixels you can have on your screen. Actually, there's no reason. It's just weird. They just threw that in there for some reason. Is this a -A? Yeah. Use LLVM, compile Godot, and its submodule. I don't need that. I just need LLVM. So dash LLVM. And then I think... There's no custom here. Okay. My keyboard work, please. I'm like trying to press that key and I'm like, the key isn't pushing down. It's like locking. And then I press the key next to it. Oh man. Why is it compiling all of that? Oh, because it does both. That's right. Okay, well... These choices are just so dumb. They are truly really dumb. Why do you choose to do that? Okay, this makes it a bit possible for me to see. So what was I doing? I was just like flattening this bit, but I needed to see that because I couldn't see anything that I was doing. Wow, alright, so I can't edit that while this is compiling. That's just too laggy. I can't even move the camera. Alright. Before I continue, let me undo. Yeah, I have to undo a bunch of those changes. Okay. Then I want to save this. And I might even go ahead and commit this as well. I probably should. Really? That many regions? Alright, here's what I'll do. I will add them. Should I commit them? That just feels like so many regions. Well, actually, if I think about it, the island was really large already. So I actually did modify a lot of regions. Okay, I'll go and commit this. The lake island heights. I don't even know. I didn't really modify the shape, I just modified like the slope around it. This is a lot better, for sure. It's done. So now I need to move the files over. Not like that. Hang on. There's in a project? Yeah, okay. copy and overwrite. Okay. So now I should be able to type in tenths instead of halves. For whatever reason, that was just decided. Can I do it? Can I type in tenths? Awesome. Okay. And then I guess I probably want... I want this to be like at 2. I don't know. I know that I needed this to be like negative 0.1 or 0.2 or something. Yeah, 0.1. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to make the height roughly. This would be like this is in meters, so I should probably like be. Wow, can I say a sentence correctly? I should probably be at like 0.9, so that'll be 10 centimeters up from the shore edge, and then I'm going to circle 1, and then. I probably need a higher strength. Am I? Is nothing happening? I'm confused. It seems like it's not doing anything there. Yeah, okay, so... okay. The size is too small. I guess this is why, yeah, this is probably the case where you just need, like a terrain, some kind of like physical mesh asset to do this. Because I just can't make it that accurate, it seems. It's not an option. What do I have? That's collision. Mesh size. Am I able to drop this number? Okay, let's see what happens if I drop this number. Or increase it, actually. This should be having an impact on FPS. Right, so I probably need to do this. Wireframe. Okay, right, so that's just increasing it out in the distance. Right. LED0 has 4 times mesh size. I guess I keep turning this up until I see if it... What's tessellation level? Displacement using texture heights for additional mesh detail. What if I set this to 1? Whoa. Okay. So is this real detail or is this fake detail? Is it real detail? It seems like it's not. Yeah, I would say it's not. Because this vertex right here, I can't modify this vertex. Yeah, I can't change that. Okay, so it's not real detail. Okay. Does increasing this give me... It just increases the detail at the distance. It doesn't give me an additional thing here up close. I mean, actually, maybe it would be worth turning this on. Maybe that actually fixes some stuff. What does this do to the frame? Okay, it drops it quite a bit. But in theory, this makes it smoother, right? It should make it smoother. I guess let me look at this in not wireframe and see how this looks. Particularly the water edge. Yeah, it does make it smoother. Is that worth it? I mean, it's not real detail. It's just additional vertices. The height map doesn't change. I don't know. Let me turn this off. Because what I would really like to see is these sharp changes here. But it is hard to get those. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. 4 meters, and we're gonna go up to 0.5. What? No. I meant negative 0.5. And then no. What is the height in the middle here? Negative 0.1. Okay. Let me go to negative 0.1. Apparently this is Actually, I guess let me just go to 0. It's probably better. So I'm just going to bring this out. And maybe this is probably where I want to have this turned on now, actually. Yeah, okay. So I can see it very clearly. So I'm going to bring this out close. That was too far. There. This is probably too close. So I can see this around the edges. I'm going to do this all the way around. And this will act as like that top part of the slope that I'm trying to have. And then I will I guess do smoothing maybe? I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. It's definitely like a form of sculpting. It also just feels tedious. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking about it the wrong way. And this just is how I should be doing it. And then, is there a reference for like the front of one of these? Should it be like really sharp at the front? I guess it's going to be really sharp at the front because I just kind of made it really sharp at the front. That was too much. It's too much. And I guess I can smooth it later. Should the back be very sharp? I wish I knew these things. Okay, so then I guess I'm just smoothing now. very lightly. Yeah, you know what? A layer system actually makes a lot of sense. I'm thinking more about it. Because you can say that you just have like a really higher, like a 4 times resolution texture, and wherever you, as a layer, and wherever you draw that, the texture exists. So for this area, the texture would exist. But for, you know, out in the water, the layer isn't present there, so it stays low in memory usage because the texture just literally doesn't exist over there. And I lost my place because I flew away. Should I turn off the height map? No, I probably leave the height map on, because then I can actually see the detail that I'm changing. Yeah, I need like a sand texture. What textures do I have? I don't have a sand texture. I guess I don't need a sand texture. It probably wouldn't make sense here. I think it would make more sense to have more of a gravel texture. I guess I kind of have that, but not really. Just like straight rocks. Not even any grass, just rocks. Which textures I don't even have yet. These are still technically placeholder textures. I think about it. Am I just not just making it a ramp? I really struggle with saying full sentences correctly. Because now it's not like flat at the bottom. I don't know. Hey, Arbon. I am just making it a ramp now. So I'm not really getting the effect that I actually wanted. Dang. So now what? Because I've just finished. Yeah, this is not what I wanted, right? Because you can even see the profile. The profile, I mean, this angle, it kind of goes in and then up, and then now it's like an S curve there. But somewhere like over here, it's not an S-curve really. It's just like that. Okay. Maybe what I do is do I get that accuracy? I don't. It rounds it. It's so stupid. I guess I can kind of just click and go around this. And this makes it steeper now. Or this is making that kind of shape that I wanted. Yeah. Maybe. Should this be wider? Should probably be avoiding the water line. Maybe it should be this. And then I need to make sure I really avoid that water line. Because when I smooth this, it's going to bring it back up. Am I doing too much? Thing is, I don't know what I'm doing. I literally don't know. I'm learning. And as far as I'm aware, this is just not the kind of information anyone, like... The people who are good at it aren't making tutorials. It seems. They're not, like, sharing, oh, here's how I make, you know, this shape using painting. Say, maybe they don't even use painting. Maybe that's part of it. They're not painting vertices at all like this. Somewhere on Twitch. Like who is out there painting terrain by hand like this and making it look good? And I'm also just, I mean, I just wish I had more vertexes. I wish I had more. I can't get more. The only way I can get more is if I had done, where is it? Vertex spacing. So this literally tells you how large a vertex is. So mine's a meter. I have every meter I can place a vertex. But if I bring this down, so like maybe I say, all right, well, I want it to be 0.5. You know, I want every half meter I have a vertex. That would scale the entire world down at the same time. So that's not... And then I would literally quadruple the size of the terrain as well. Because you just have to have all that data saved now. Someone's got to have thought of that. Like a layering system where you can just have a much higher resolution texture for saving this, and it only applies to like certain regions where you use it. And then it would be additive as well. So I can say, all right, I feel like I messed that part up. I can just literally erase it and then try again. A few years ago, I used to draw and pinch terrain by hand, then extrude. Well, I mean, I have to use a paintbrush. If I could if I could literally select the vertices and like blender and move them around, I feel like I'd have a lot easier time trying to do what I'm doing. Like, I also feel like I just want to go and script this, like do something where it just like looks across the whole terrain, finds the spots where it's at -1, which is the water level, and then applies some kind of transformation that I can set. Or like I could select a region, say like, all right, do the beach thing here at this spot. Should I maybe do like a small section and then remember how I did it, so I'm not doing the whole thing all at once? Maybe that'd be smarter. I say as I finish doing the whole thing. Is that the thing? I feel like it's not. I'm not quite done yet. Yeah, it seems like I didn't actually somehow get this part. Oh, because I think I changed somewhere along there what I was doing. Where did I change? It looks like about there. What does it look like right now? Closer. Honestly, I think I feel like I could even not even smooth this. I feel like I could even not even. Okay. Where's the paint texture? Texture. What texture? What texture? Dirt. Oh, that's nuts. Angle? Angle? Dynamic? What do these do? Slope. Can I get a height? Slope and angle. What does that mean? What does this mean? Am I changing the angle of the texture? What? Angle. What? Dynamic. Ah. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's painting it based on the direction that I'm moving the mouse. That's weird. Angle. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Should I smooth it first? Okay, I'm gonna smooth this. Yeah, I'm gonna smooth this part first. Undo all that. And then okay, I smoothed it a little bit. And I'm gonna paint this part. What is happening? Why can't I paint here? What? Let me paint here, please. What am I doing? Can I... Is it broken? Why? It's like allowing me to paint some of the auto shader and then it's not. I straight up don't understand why it's not letting me paint there. Genuinely doesn't make any sense. Because it was letting me do it like 2 seconds ago. I'm going to assume this is a bug that's just happened, so I'm just going to reload the project. I'm going to assume that's just a bug that just happened. For some reason, I can't paint that now. When I could 10 seconds ago. I literally don't get that. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, now I can paint. Was I using spray texture? Is that what I'm doing? What? Spray texture. Okay, that's what I was doing wrong. Whatever. Is there a way I can make this, like, fade? Because... Gamma? Whoa, what? It makes it... Okay, that's not what I thought that would do. Oh, this allows me to change the texture. Hmm. Because the auto shader has a really good blending thing. Is that something that I have to... Is that part of like an update thing that they've done? An update thing. Yeah, what is this? How do they do this? This is like a really wide blend happening here. Releases. Do I have this one? June 25, I should. Improved blending. Because I would like this. I would really like this, but like I lose some of this stuff that's happening there. Maybe... Is this an auto shader thing? Blend to sharpness? Okay. I don't see anything happening there. Projection threshold? No. Spray texture. I'm really confused about what spray texture is doing. It's very strange. So what I think I want is to not have this be so smooth. So, so I guess I just kind of paint this back. And what happens if here I just increase this to 2? It gets a bit better. I don't know, is this like a really big impact on... I mean, I have... Okay, well I went 3, I don't think I want to go that high. It's like 230, 240. It's like 260. Maybe this would just be like... No, because this is also the turret. This is actually the collision, isn't it? Is this the collision? Yeah, this affects collision. Alright, so whatever I pick here, I was going to say maybe this could be a visual option. This cannot be a visual option. This is like literal world geometry that I'm changing. So I can't change that. Let me bring this guy over here. Bring this guy over here. And see what this looks like in the game. Okay, it doesn't seem like a really large height difference. It is like kind of, you know, up to your waist, I think technically. All right. I'm dropping a lot of frames. This blending is just really nice. Like, I would like to have this blending everywhere. Or at least be able to control that somehow. Is there an edit here? Because I don't... Yeah, there is literally no... I literally can't blend it. I can't say, like, do half of this texture and half of the other texture. Maybe I can. What happens if I draw this back on it? Okay, now it gets really sharp. Yeah, I'm losing... It's like auto shader thing that's happening. What does Rocky look like here? That is wild looking, honestly. Why does it look like that? Why is it so bad? It's actually like really bad looking. The texture changes. Am I missing something? Like something with the material? Oh, also this actually, I get like 50 frames turning this on as well. But there's no detiling. There's no macro variation. Actually, that's like 100 frames. Never mind. Okay, no, it's more like 50. I really like where it's at. Maybe I do just have to bring this down or something. So that happens. Sooner. Height reduction. Well, I wish I understood what this was doing, because it looks like... Oh. Oh, as you go up, you lose it. Okay. So actually, I probably want this at like 0. Yeah, I want that at 0 for sure. Maybe it is just this. Maybe I just need to turn this on to something that looks nice. And then, now that I have that, blend sharpness. Maybe should have it be higher. So there's a jaggedness overlay. Literally seeing nothing. It's like actually almost nothing. Okay, I don't know, maybe this is yeah, okay. Dang, can I make this like... Okay, well. Does that work? No. Hmm. I'll leave that spot. Wait, isn't there something where... Spray... Hang on. Okay, still, why does this, like, weirdly just not... Like, I'm actually confused. Why does I pick this texture? Doesn't anything happen? No. Okay. Tough. And I guess over here... Should I, like... I can do this. That's very tedious, though. So what? I'm holding shift, which I thought would lower the terrain. Seems to be like it's not lowering. What's happening? Oh, is that smooth? What control? I guess I can kind of manipulate this a bit, which I'm smoothing right now. Yeah, okay. Figuring something out. Alright, I think I figured it out. Okay. I think I've got it. So I'm going to go around and continue painting all this out. And then... go around and mess with the terrain shape more. Maybe I should get a texture for this part. Some kind of like rocky sand. This, where I got these textures from, might have that already. I just don't know where they actually are. Terrains, stunt rally, something called stunt rally. There's ground mud, which looks rocky. The dirt that I have is actually called Mud 2. This is like Mud 1. Jungle Mountain. I don't know, here's the thing. It's also that I kind of just I'm hesitant to even use this as well, because I think I want to have all of my own textures. Sorry, I was not fast enough to mute. I could hear him start growling. Okay. There's also just like snow grass as well. I don't know how I would do this. Is there a way that I can like blend, like across the entire terrain, blend texture? Because what if I feel like I'm probably not going to be using snow, but it'd be cool if I could. I just don't know how I would do that. What grass am I even using? Am I even using grass from this? I feel like grass rocky is probably not something I should be using because this just doesn't... I mean, just look at it. This doesn't match at all. Also, it's like casting the shadows in the wrong direction, which is weird. Do I need to fix that? It's definitely casting these in the wrong direction. Texture, terrain, normal. Object is read-only. Can we make it not read-only? What is going on? Why? Oh, I need the import. The import. Why is it gone? Like, actually, why was it not there? Normal map. This is a normal map. Why does it think it's not a normal map? It also seems like it's the wrong direction. Okay. That apparently has done nothing. Or is it just not updating on the ground? I know that these were incorrect. This was incorrect. I had to invert Y. This is a normal. Why is it like this? What's happening? Why are all of these not set to normal? That one is. I'm very confused. These shadows are just literally casting in the wrong direction. Like, what's going on? Why is this side bright and this side dark? It's literally just casting in the wrong direction. What is going on? But this shadow over there is kind of right. What is it doing? This is so weird. Nothing changes when I do that. Alright, I have to do this reload project. I don't think there's any way I can make Terrain 3D update this stuff, and it's partially because there's like literally no avenue, or the avenue is really bad. Okay, now that's correct. It's definitely correct now. What is this? It's the setting right now. Not normal map inverted Y. So don't do that, turn on normal map. Alright, I'm going to do that for all these. Do not invert. Turn that on. Re-import. How long have I had this mistake? I mean, I've had it for a long time. Was it something here? I feel like I found something and I'm like, oh, these normals are like all totally incorrect. And then I applied it to all of them. But then it turns out that was not correct. It seems. Yeah, now the normals are definitely right. I thought it looked weird. I think it was something with the dirt. The mud just looked incorrect, somehow. I feel like I thought the mud was wrong. At some point. The dirt. Okay, well... And yeah, this is just weird. I'm not sure what this, like, shadow is here. It's just a really weird shadow. Maybe this looks... I think it definitely isn't because of the blending. Really... just kind of crazy. Oh well. Because honestly what I would like to be able to do is to, like, I would like to be able to tell it, hey, the auto shader, this is the texture you're gonna use here for the auto shader. But I can't, it seems like I can't do that. It's just not an option. I think it used to be that I could paint an overlay texture. Was that a thing? Like it would be... So what is happening when I do this? What's adding? Strength is adding. Strength 2. I don't even know what to do. I don't know, am I removing auto shader here? Is this how I get blending? Is this how I can have my own blending? Okay, so I'm removing the auto shader over here. Apparently. So the auto shader is not present right here. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. What does this do? I have to turn that on? Okay. Maybe. 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 But not really, because I can't get this in the middle. That's not possible. I can't get that in the middle. Okay. Let's go back to grass. And then I paint the auto shader back. Turn this on so I can see. These should all be turned off. I don't know why that's... Yeah, actually, maybe I should do this first. Yeah, I think manipulating the terrain is going to be my best bet for getting the look that I want on the textures. Kind of an issue is then I can't set what the overlay texture is at a given point. That would honestly be really nice if I could set what that was. So I could say, hey, I want you to do the auto shader, but use these two textures for blending. This is really weird. I feel like dropping it here is making the slope, should be making it steeper, but it seems like it's making it shallower. So I end up with the grass appearing down here. Oh, the painting is weird. Alright, I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. It's going longer than I meant to be, but I'm here. I also got a banana. Honestly, the more I use this, the more I use like everything, the less I like it. What's up with that? Like I will say the auto shader blending looks really nice. I really like it, but I wish I could control better which ones it's using, because I only get two. I get one choice. I can have auto shader with these two textures or not at all. And I wish what it was is that I pick the base and the overlay texture at a given point. What was that? What is this? What is that? Should I just use like colors until I get textures? I don't know. I'm thinking about the auto exposure thing. I'm noticing something that happens. It may be prioritizing the center of the screen too hard. Or maybe more like something where the center of the screen is prioritized, but depending on the brightness on the sides of the screen, it can only go so far. So it's like I use the full screen average, or maybe just the average of the edges of the screen. And I say, all right, whatever that's at, we try to go to the center, but we limit how far we can go to the center exposure value using, like we say, I don't know, I say like, I can go 10 steps or whatever the unit there is below the edge of the screen. Maybe that would be good. Because just as I'm going around here, since technically the color of this dirt is really dark, it actually has a really low illumination value. It's brightening up, and then I move forward and the whole thing gets noticeably darker. The whole scene gets darker. Because I'm no longer looking at this very dark dirt in the middle. Maybe that is it. Prioritize the center. But I can only go so many steps below. What's on the edge of the screen? It could be it. That looks crazy. What is that? It's like a very dark patch of the dirt there. Oops, that's not what I meant to be doing. This whole side already looks pretty good. I think it's just because it's diagonal. Right here. Yeah. What? Just forgot. What? What's happening? That looks really weird over there. Yeah. How did I miss like this entire area like that? Very bad job here. Okay, where was I at? Why does it look so good on this side, and then the exact other side is just really, really bad? Like, I didn't even touch that side. I straight up did nothing over there, and it already looked really good. What is the difference? I don't know. Sharper, maybe? Oh, I think it's just the directional nature of this, of how... I mean, it shouldn't be directional, though. This shouldn't be directional. I really don't know. You know what? I think maybe I do know what it is. Maybe I just kind of went over this a little too fast. Definitely part of it is the directional nature of this. Actually. Yeah, okay, this is a lot better looking. Yeah, I think I just went too fast over this. So I seem to be able to get a very clean line now. Like the other side has. Mm. How is it so strong? It's gotta be the size. Yeah. Mm. What's happening? Why is it not painting at all? Is this a bug again? It's just not drawing. Okay, so somehow Circle 4 is not able to produce a high enough value at 3 meters specifically to be able to paint over that. That's interesting. That's really funny. It just can't do it at 3 meters. Train is so jagged here. What's happening? How is that not steep enough as well? Also, I really feel like at the front it probably should be like straight into the water. Yeah. I'm gonna say at the front it should be straight in the water. Mm. What? What? I'm doing paint color. Really? Okay. Crazy. Okay. Oh, that's 100 strength. Whoops. 2, 4, 1. This is probably the place where an asset would be better. Some mesh on the front of this. And then I should actually probably make it really... Could I do like... Is that correct? Why is that raising now? What? What is happening? This can't be correct. I'm stupid, that's why. That's why. I am a little bit stupid. I just don't want this to curve in instead of curving out. Maybe what I should do is just do this. And just Thing is, I can't grab an individual vertex. I would love to just grab the individual vertex and drop it. Like, that would just be so nice if I could do that. Turn on wireframe mode, click each vertex, and just drag them all down. So much better than trying to mess with, like, the brush settings. How low can I bring this? Okay, I can kind of grab individual vertices, sort of. It's still like 2 at a time, but it's a bit better. And then over here is unfortunate because of the way the mesh just works. I can't do it quite the same way. Yeah, like this bit right here is controlled entirely by this piece. So I have to drop the height of the terrain over there to get this one to go down. It does really suck. It really does suck. I can't just grab the vert. I mean, I'll even turn this on so you can see it. So you see how the quads are organized? The line that cuts across. So if I decide that any piece in here is too high, like I want this to be high and this to be low, this has to rise, and this can lower. But then here, it's like, this has to lower, this has to be in the middle, and then this one has to be really quite high. And then I turn off wireframe and you can see what's happened. It just sticks out too much, right? It just does. I don't know, maybe turning this up one more level. Why is tessellation level 0? I thought I had set it to like 2 for this. Yeah, I mean, okay, whatever. Now it's a bit better. Dang. It's really weird that there's like actually kind of a minimum size for this. Like, I kind of wish it alternated. I don't know. I don't know what would be best for this. Like, if this quad went that way, it would be better, I think. It would look better. Like, maybe regular hexagons would look better. I don't know. This is what I have. This is what I get to work with. It's like this piece in the middle, like, why is it like this? Why is it like this? Like, I can't raise this, but I'm gonna raise the one behind it, like, way over it. It's just so odd how it behaves. It's really not intuitive. Maybe at some point I should leave it too. So how is the strength 1 with 0? This, I feel like this drops really fast. I wonder if I should consider increasing the terrain resolution for these parts. Because in theory it doesn't increase, it shouldn't do anything to the render, the frame, at all. Because it'll essentially be like I turn on tessellation 1 and now I literally have those vertexes. Right? Like there's kind of no difference. It's like 10 frames, maybe a little less than 10 frames that it costs to turn this on. But I actually get 4 times the detail. Literally, 4 times the detail when I do that. The thing is, this is also hard limited to a region, a maximum region size. Which I don't even understand why. So mesh size is such a weird thing. So when I'm dropping this, it's only decreasing it at further LODs. It doesn't affect LOD 0. LOD 0 is guaranteed to be this one. Let me open this up. Yeah, you can have up to a 16 by 16 for terrain data. All right. Something to think about. I'm really supposed to just be putting in trees today, and was going to fix the island shape a little bit. But now I've gone a little mad, I think. A little nuts. So why does it seem like this is... Looks like this, and then from here it looks like that, which looks really bad, actually. I should probably just do one. What does this do? I can't remember what this does. Well. Alright. I was thinking I probably need to go ahead and put in like a better, or like I think I found a texture that I liked. It was just normal mud texture. So maybe I bring that in. Okay. Here they are. Mud. Apparently Mud 2 is before Mud, I guess. Sure. Not normals. No roughness. Okay. Oh, I should be turning on high quality, right? Yeah. New texture. And do these really not have the specular on them? I guess not. Alright, that scale is totally messed up. What are these at? 0.4? 0.4? 0.4? Okay, I guess they're all at 0.4. Oh, jeez. Or should this be what? Alright, so should this be the overlay texture now? Maybe it should. I feel like at some point there was a thing to set this. Is there really not? Because you would have your base texture, but you could always change the overlay texture, or one of the... You could change the base texture. I mean, just literally you could change the base and the overlay texture by painting it. Is it really not a thing? Alright, but base texture is going to be 3 now. And that's all painted dirt. Which is fine. Is this better? Maybe this should be lowered a little bit. That's probably fine. What about this? What if I do this? Nothing's happening. Or... what? Something happening here? Something changing? Oh, something happens over here. You like can't even see it. What's control texture? Control blend? Blue shows the auto shader painting. Red shows manual painting. Blue, you say? What? What are you talking about? That's just not correct. Red is auto shader, black is manual. And there is no such thing as manually painted blending. What do you mean? I must be missing something. I feel like at this point I must be missing something. The spray texture to blend in texture to give it a natural look. Is that what I'm doing now? No way. That's it. Okay. That's literally it. Figured it out. Crazy. Okay. I have been missing something. I mean, I guess in theory this should actually still be... Okay. So the way that it works is the control has like 4 values, I guess. The first value is the texture it's drawing. The second value is the second texture it's drawing. And then I guess there's a third value. Yeah, there's 3 values. The third value determines the blending between them. Or maybe just the blending of that texture on the spot. I don't know. Okay. How is that still... Okay. Should the bottom here be like that? I don't know. I can figure that out later. I just know that it probably should be the same, roughly the same texture. Oh wow. Okay. So I can manually blend it. All right. That's big. All right. So does that mean I should turn off auto shader? Probably, right? I should turn it off for the entire terrain. So that I can just focus on the shape and then manually painting the blending. I feel like the auto shader kind of looks cool sometimes. I just wish this thing was like not. So then I do that, and then I click here, and now I control both blending. And it's just going to look weird because there's like technically no blending there yet. Nice. This is very odd how it's doing this. Yeah, because the painting says there's 2 textures here, and then, or we'll add like this, the second texture. Yeah, okay, okay. So I have like a lot of. I have a lot of control. Awesome. But then I have to do this. Okay. But does this texture need to have... It probably shouldn't, actually. Because it has large rocks. I didn't really finish the sentence. You can do... detiling on the texture. But I shouldn't do it for this one because there's rocks. And rocks just really don't look good when they detile. Because you end up with like a semi-transparent rock in the middle of your texture. Because it's like blending with a rotated version of itself. Okay, actually, I'm going to go back to the auto shader. Well, yeah, I feel like I should really just turn it off. Yeah, I feel like I should just have that turned off now. And then everything is manual blending. Okay. And I guess part of it is that it checks to see what the neighbors are for spray. So you can't change the texture like in the middle here. But like one tile in, you can say there's a blend or something happening. Or it'll add it to the... I don't know. I'm just thinking of how it like actually works. Oh, you know what? Maybe this island should be the spot where I do like... I put in a lot of effort. I already am. But specifically make this the spot where I really try to make the terrain look really nice. Which I mean I am adding a texture, so I'm already doing that. And then this over here would like fade into whatever would be in the water. Does this mean I can make rocky texture actually look good? Oh, I just realized the blend sharpness is really high. Should I turn that down then? I was thinking the... Yeah, I want it to be 1. Or like very close to 1. What does vertical projection mean? I still don't know. Why not? So the grass isn't really grass, is it? What is this? It's like a bunch of leaves. Hmm. Hard to get a straight line here. This is still about trees, right? I've got to wonder, can I do something like this? Can I just start drawing in a different kind of texture here? I can. Okay. Cover that up. Angle. Angle. Okay. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot to think about. So I could go in here and just straight, like, manually detile it. I guess that's viable, right? It's very viable. do something that I probably shouldn't be doing, which is like actually going after these rocks and making sure the really big ones are still exposed. Or just covered completely. I probably shouldn't be doing that. Because if I change the texture, then that'll have been a waste of time. Right? But will I change the texture? I should. I probably should. I'm just thinking about this. How does this work with normals? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's wrong to me. Should I be doing that? So this is 0. That's what 0 looks like. Which looks good there. And then which way is it rotating? Yeah, like I feel like I should be aligning these stones. Or trying to align the stones. Or is that just kind of crazy to do? Maybe not. I don't know. Oh man. I gotta like take a stretch break or something. Like clicking and holding the mouse for probably like 30 minutes now. Maybe longer. Hey, Legal Alien. Slowly but surely. Yeah. I'm always second guessing what I'm doing too. I was like, is this correct? Is I'm doing right? Like maybe I need to go through here and mess with the terrain again, because this seems a bit crazy. A little bit crazy here. Because I think when I was going to do the terrain, or a little bit more smoothing, I totally skipped over this part because it actually looked good already. Alright. Should really get like an actual final texture. The longer I use these supposed placeholders, the less of a placeholder they become. This should be at 20. I used to use Gaia. The oddities are usually what makes it look more natural. I'm using grass, and now the humps and valleys just seem more organic. The texturing definitely can do a lot. Honestly, it probably does most of the work. At making it actually look good. This is definitely a better texture than Mud 2. I really think I should... I don't know. I would say it feels like the rocks have a certain, like, direction to them. And I feel like that means they should be aligned with... Or maybe not even that. Maybe I just need to, like, just start throwing in random rotations on the rocks. Then I probably shouldn't, because they're rocks. And I could blend a rock really weirdly. And then you look down and you see like a rock that's just half transparent and like fades away. I used Gaia. What was it doing? I was trying to do like, trying to make a Minecraft map from it. Yeah, I mean that's the end of that's the end of the story. Just making a Minecraft map with it. Have I gone all the way around? Seems like it. Yeah, like what I'm doing right now, I'm like trying to make the rocks look good with the grass, and I shouldn't be doing that. Unless I decide that I'm going to use these textures. Which honestly can't remember if there's... I think I got them from like some... It's definitely from a website that was like, like public domain textures from like old games or something. So this should be fine. I should be fine. This needs to be rock. Mm. Dynamic, and turn that off, and then do this, and then I should... Okay, it's not working. Angle dynamic. So now I should be able to go in here and mess around with this. It shouldn't affect the blending, but the direction I... Can that rock change? Hello? Right, that rock is going to sit exactly how it wants to sit. Should probably be larger. And... yeah, sometimes the rock just doesn't want to go away. Yeah, like these, I can't break those apart. Why not? Would I do this? I guess so. I guess I should just be using a spray then. Maybe what I do is I don't know what I do. I think I just do this. Why is this one not changing? Oh, you know what? You know what? Maybe if I turn this on now. What does that do for this? The blending changes. The blending does change. Weirdly, it somehow looks better with it off. Like this. Why is that? Or I mean on. With this on. Oh, because there's no angle anymore. Oh well. I guess there's not enough big rocks. It's just like, how does it know? How does it do this? Because look at this and I'm like, that rock is definitely being faded out, but it doesn't look, it just looks like it's covered in dirt. Crazy. All right. Sorry, I missed that message. Most people would asset blend edges. Grass models. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. A decent normal also goes a long way. Yeah, these all got normals on them. I was thinking about something for the edge of this, but I mean, this feels nice. Walking along this, it actually, I like this. Full screen. FPS is fine. It's okay. It weirdly feels really choppy. I don't know what's up with that. What's that line? Whatever. This seems like right to me. My brain tells me this is right. This is what this looks like to me. How am I walking up this, by the way? I feel like this is beyond what I can climb sometimes. It's probably the step up saving me there, actually. Yeah. Okay, cool. Should I just send that as a texture change? Probably. And yeah, then I would have like rocks or something. But for now, I'm just gonna get trees in here. And I was thinking this might have... I should look at that before I continue. This was probably meant to have something here. This island. I might specifically mention it. Okay. Here. I say found. So basic pistol found in the stash with the automatic rifle. Cabin across the lake. A stash on the island in the lake. Right. A stash. It's too small for a building, right? But I guess there could be a dock or something. Am I gonna have a boat? Am I gonna have a boat? Because then the question is like, all right, if there's a weapon out here, how do you get here? I guess the best way to like just swim is probably from over here. You'd swim over there. But I guess ideally there should be a boat. Because otherwise this is just a big area that you can't go to. All the water here, you can't do anything. Yeah. What's on this island? Okay. I think I should send this. Also, I've compiled today. So that was like 1 day without compiling. Because I changed it from 0 to 2 this morning. Whoa, what just happened? Okay. Alright, how many changed? Not too many. The imports changed. Congratulations, no compile today. But no, I did compile today. It was 2 and I had just done it earlier. That was one day. It was so I could type in a 10th value instead of a 0.5 value into the height map preview. So I guess I should just add that one then. Change height map debug step to from 0.5 to 0.1. That's all it was for. Terrain texture asset. Okay, so I have to add that individually. Split that. Yes. No. No. Yes. Terrain material. What's ground level? Vertical projection was true? I literally don't know what that does. Region blend 0.25. I don't know what these are. Some of these changes, I don't know what they are. Terrain material. Yeah, what's ground level? And why is it 0? That's literally not a thing. There is no ground level. Dual scaling. I probably should not turn that on. Turn that off. Base texture, height reduction. Like some of that shouldn't be changed. Okay, I'm gonna make sure this is saved. And then close. Because some of this I want to undo. And changing these things from under Terrain 3D is not, it doesn't like that. Can we match? Okay. Split. No. No. Yes. Enable textures. Yes. Ground level 0, sure. General, no. What are these things? Auto shader enabled. True. Is that the default? I didn't turn it off. I did turn it off. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what those are. They just got added. I'll be right back. I'm back. And I want to go back to this. That. Okay. I really like these songs from... I don't know what it's called anymore. It is... Tunic. Not adding those. Not adding those. Not doing that. Not adding that yet. Okay. I do need those imports. Okay. Add terrain texture. Change. Change auto shading. Oh, and then I meant to actually add. I actually did need to add this. Update island. New texture. And then change material, I guess. Texture ground for island. New texture. Change. I guess. Work on water edge. This is a disable auto shader and just disable auto shader. Oh, and then also fix normals on textures. Yeah. Okay. I closed it, I guess. Right, because I was... Don't reopen. Don't reopen. Hang on. I have to restore this. Terrain material. Okay. Okay. Oh, and they've been remapped. Nice. Okay. Gonna bring all these up. And I guess these actually should come in a little bit. Alt clicking should be deleting. Yeah. Yeah, bring us in more. All right. Tree area. I guess this should just be main area. I guess this should actually be called island trees. Island trees. That's very annoying. Okay. Island area. Click that a few times. New settings. I can honestly probably manually. Nah, I won't. I'll do it like this. Instances, instance settings. So this is going to be. Oh, does this work now? Interesting. So this 2 0 1 2 2. Okay, so density is expected count per 256 square meters or 60 by 60 in the area. Actually, at this point, probably what I really need to do is make it so that, first of all, spaces. Okay. Make it so that when I instance, it keeps track of how many times it fails to place one that it would like to place, because a different one that it already placed, this is where it gets weird. It can load existing instances, and that's fine. But when it decides that it wants to put one somewhere, there should be something like, I guess it's just like if we try to place it exactly in the same spot, then that's a problem. Or what? I could mark that an instance is already loaded. Not sure. If it's an empty area, I would like to fail placing sometimes, but not too often. So I could return a is position too close. What does it do? Return true. Distance squared is less than this value. So maybe what I say is if I try to place one and I'm within like a centimeter of it, which what would that be? What would the square of 0.01 be? Add 2 more zeros. Yeah. If I'm less than this distance, I say it's an existing asset and I shouldn't count this as like a failure. If I'm more than this distance away, then I say or maybe I should just say if it's exactly on the dot. I say, all right, that was an existing asset. And if it's not, then I say no, because I would rather compare against ones that I've placed. I require myself to place at least like 100. And then I say, hey, you placed too many or something. I don't know. Or I guess what I could do is actually, what I really care about is placing against itself. Maybe it'd be this. So up here, when I compute the number of placements, I feel like I could do some kind of math. Maybe just math up front. Yeah. Okay. So is this like some kind of like sphere circle packing thing? One second. Given a distance of the thing to itself, the minimum distance, compare that to the density that I've specified, and that tells me what would it be? I think, okay. I think what it is I take, if I use the minimum distance to itself as an area, I divide that area by the total area. And I take the count, and I divide the total area by that number. And those two should give me roughly the same number. Is that it? If I divide one area by another area, it'll give me like the perfect ideal density, I guess. Assuming literally no gaps. I think there's a certain number I think I need to know here, which is the optimal density of spheres or circles. There's some number here. So you get like a hexagonal shape. And then there's this gap in between that I have to consider. Circles of diameter d and hexagon side length d. Hexagon area and the circle area, or by within each hexagon by circles, is 3 pi over 4. Times the density, or the times that. Pi over 2 times the square root of 3. So that means a little bit less than 10% of the area is unused. It physically cannot be used. The circle has a relatively low maximum packing density. It does not have the lowest possible. The smooth octagon is a packing density of about 9. The small, they say small, but they actually mean, oh wait, what? Never mind, they do mean small. What is this? Okay. Pi over this 2 times square root of 3. So if I take... I guess what I do is I just take the area, the minimum distance as the radius, two pi r squared, get the area, divide 256 over that to get a count. And then that count is actually overcounting a bit. I would multiply by 0.9. I would multiply by this value, pi over 2 times square root of 3. And that would give me the ideal amount in that region. So I should be within some percentage of that. I'm off to bed, see you around. Alright, have a good night. Or sleep. Am I thinking of that right? I feel like I could be wrong. Pi times square pi over 2 So if I say 256 square meters divided by, let's say I have a minimum distance of 5 meters. So the area of a circle is 2 pi r squared. It's got to be 2 pi r squared, right? Oh. I'm good at math. Pi r squared. So I could fit a best of 3.26. But then this is technically overcounting. So then what I do is I multiply it by do this. And apparently I'm missing a parenthesis. So ideally I would be able to fit 3 in this area. But then I say I want to put 6 in this area. So 256 over 6. So if I place 6, and I make them all equally spaced. Each one has 42 point that square meters to itself. How can I get the radius from an area? Area equals pi r squared. Divide by pi square root. So this tells me the average distance. Wait a second. Take the radius of each of these. So the radius of each area that we have is 3.68 is the best. Assuming no space is lost. So then what I would do is I'd actually multiply this by 1 over... Hey, Dylan. Thanks for following EKZOM. Hello. You know when Netflix makes documentary? Dude, what? There's not going to be a documentary. So... what was I saying? Math. I know what I'm writing. What I'm writing is weird, but I'm already writing it, so. So the four. So ideally, I would say 6 and then 4 as a value. With 5, I would only be able to have 3. Okay. I think I'm switching to Linux, but not sure. We're interested in Mac OS, but of course Mac OS is not supported on PCs. If you... I mean, if you go with something that's like simple to set up, you can do it. I went with Arch, and I only did that because I knew that I would have like, I wouldn't be pressed to do something urgently that I needed to be sure was going to work, like run some application or something. So I was able to switch, but it took me like a month to get it fully like ready to the point where I don't have to go into any settings anymore or do anything. I have to really install anything. Probably Mint then. I think Mint is a very popular one. It is essentially like the same feeling as installing Windows. You would just put it on a flash drive, and then you would hit install, and it would go through its stuff, and then you'd be ready. There's some other ones. Mint is the first one that I used. One that looks like Mac OS. Yeah. Definitely. I'm sure that exists. You just have to find it. I don't know what it is. Okay, am I correct in my math here? So if I have an area of 256 and I want to place 6 trees, that means the radius, the average area between them is... Wait a second. No. I might have done this wrong. So... it would actually be 256 times this value over 6. I think I've done this wrong. Oh, parentheses. Okay. So that would mean if I want to play 6, they have about 3.5 meters between them, at best. Get this. What is this? Duplicating archiver with encryption and paranoid level test. Ransomware neutralizer. Okay. Why? Why do I need this? Why do I need this? That's a lot of videos. There's like 20 minutes of video for this. I don't know why I need that. I don't think I need that. My plan is to dual boot. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Windows really doesn't like dual booting. Definitely on the side of dual booting, it's getting Windows to be happy with it. Linux is like, I don't care. Windows, if you want Windows in Linux, it can be difficult to set up. I'm at the point where if I technically have dual booting set up, but it doesn't work. And I don't know why it doesn't work. So what I have to do is I have to go into my BIOS, swap the default boot, whatever it is, to Windows, and then I can boot Windows. I had it. I've tried like 3 times to get it to work, and it would, the first 2 times it would work, and then it would stop working, and I don't know why. Or it would like work the first time, and the second time I tried it, it wouldn't work. And so third time I didn't get to work at all. So it's better than 7-zip. Okay. I'm not really using any of that myself. I only have that stuff so I can extract it. Yeah, the only reason I have Windows is so that I could play Battlefield, because it's straight up it's impossible to play it on Linux. It's actually impossible to play it, I think, on anything but Windows. I think you can only play it on Windows. It's hard to just drop it. I think it's actually really easy. There is so much support for running applications on Linux. It's literally better. It's probably way faster for your time to just install the equivalent, like, what are they called? Like an emulation environment or something like that to run your Windows application if for some reason it doesn't work just natively, because a lot of applications have native Linux support. So there's very few applications that exist that you can't run on Linux. It's typically the case where if it runs on Mac, it's gonna run on Linux. Or at least it's gonna have like good support for Linux. Maybe not like native, but good support. The only thing to watch out for would be if you have Steam games, you have to have your Steam. This is something that's not really, you have to like figure it out. I haven't seen anyone mention it like when doing it. You have to move your games onto disk space that is made for Linux. Yeah. Because there's a permission system that Windows doesn't have, that Steam just kind of doesn't tell you is missing. So if you try to make it so you don't have to move, you have to move your games over to the file system format for Linux to play it from Linux. Most other files, it doesn't really matter, but anything executable, you need to have it moved over to the file format for Linux. Or just not the file format, the file system for Linux. Otherwise, it just won't run, and it's not going to tell you why it's not running. Most Steam game works on Linux. I would say literally 100% of them. The only one that doesn't work for me is Halo MCC, and I think it's just because Microsoft hates Linux. I think it's why. Supposedly they support it, but there's something that they're doing with their like networking API that just like hates it and just doesn't work for like 10% of people. You just can't play the game. You can't play online. You can play campaign solo. You can't play online. It's been a bug for like 5 years or something. And they have just straight up never fixed it. Yeah, be aware of any Microsoft made online game. Any Microsoft owned online game, it may or may not work. Specifically if they use Xbox Live servers. I mean, in theory, it should just work on like something like Mint. Arch is a bit weird. I don't know why. In my case, any Microsoft-owned game struggles. Minecraft is really laggy for me. I literally can't play Halo online. Those are the two I've tried. I have to run Minecraft from like a different launcher, and it works perfectly fine. But if I'm using Microsoft's launcher, nope. Sometimes I can't log in. Sometimes it just crashes when I hit play. The launcher just closes and the game never runs. It's really bad. It's really bad for Microsoft games. Okay, I've gotten totally distracted. Right. I was doing math. So I should just be able to say up here at the top, put like a warning or something, and say like, it'd be editor populate region. Editor populate region. So I can do a check up front to see if any of the enabled instances have a density that's too high, or one of the two. Either density that's too high or a minimum distance that's too high. Jeez. Check enabled instances for densities and self min distances that are to n compatible. So I have a list of like something, I don't even know. because I want to print that as a dialogue before you run. It'll be like an array of arrays, I guess. I have to find its own minimum distance. So for other ID in the instance, minimum distances. And then if other ID is not equal to instance ID, skip it. I'm being very silly. Loads. Okay. So we got its own minimum distance. So I check desired. I need this. Do I have it up here? Chunk size. Perfect. Okay. And I can't remember if writing float here breaks this or not. Okay, cool, I can do that. I don't need to though. So dense count will be area divided by instance density it's more like the usable area, right? So it'd be the area, say const usable area. Pi over okay, cool. It's okay with that. So this will be usable area over the density. Could be, wait, think about that. Yeah, density is the number that I could place. How do I, wait, how do I pick? How do I pick this? Density deviation. Okay, so density is the average density. Right, okay. So I have a number that I could place if we were as dense as possible, or at the requested density. And I guess I should say a note here. This is the this is the packing density of circles on a plane. Okay. So that's how many I could place per chunk. And then the minimum distance is gonna be a limiter on on the same thing. Wait. I think I wanted to calculate two things. I can say, given this minimum distance, this is the density you could have. Or given this density, this is the minimum distance you should set. And I give like a range or something. So dense count is not really useful. I guess the question is, how do I want to compare it? Yeah, how do I compare this? This is the area. Dense expected distance. I guess that, yeah, this is the expected distance, right? So this is this divided by pi square root, right? Expected average distance between instances with given density. Okay. And then this is expected distance, and then I would say expected density. Expected count per chunk with given minimum distance. So then I compute the area each of these take up, divide the usable area by that value. So usable area divided by density gives me the area of each instance that I can place from the usable area. Right, okay. minimum distance. So this would be okay. So then I want to say I would expect that these should have the same distance from each other, or like same relative change from each other. So I guess this means I can say if my expected density or my expected distance is too far away from my minimum distance, yeah, I can use the absolute difference between the two. So will be absolute value of expected distance minus minimum distance over the minimum distance. And then okay. So then I guess I say 10% difference. If it's greater than a 10% difference, then that's probably a problem. Probably a problem. 15% difference. I feel like these should probably generally give me really close to the same number. Right? But I guess for now I'll see what the difference is. So the first thing I want to say is the instance name, the instance ID, instance name, maybe the instance setting name. Is else a thing that I can write? Yeah, this is why this is really weird. If this was good old JavaScript, I could write instance or resource name, instance ID or resource name. And then it would return the instance ID if it was positive, and then it would return the resource the other way around. I don't like this. Okay. So I want the name first, and then I want to say the density, the distance difference. Maybe I should say not absolute value difference, because this actually does matter. Okay, but I still want this to be in parentheses. So if this value is positive, that means my expected distance is larger. That means my minimum distance is too small. Is smaller than my expected. So I can say, if this is less than or equal to I guess in this case it would be 15 or .1. So this is, we're too low. This is, we're a bit high. Oh, no. If this is negative, this means my distance value is too high. So this should be the less than 10, and this means it's too low. Minimum distance is too low. Well, maybe it's not like a real problem if it's too low. This should be like a warning or something. It's like, hey, you gave a minimum distance, but it's like never going to be hitting that for the density you've given. Maybe that's fine. That's actually fine. So this means it's too high. Minimum distance is too high for desired density. And then this is what the value should be. Minimum distance is too high. Well, I guess I always know that it's going to be too high. Minimum distance, and then what the value should be. What the value is, I guess. It should be like bad settings. Why does it really want me to write add vertex? The value currently is, and then what it should be given the minimum distance. Okay. So then at the end, if bad settings, I guess I say if not, is empty. Otherwise, for now, I guess I'm just going to print it out. So I think immediately it should tell me no. It should probably be telling me no if I were to try this one. So let's set the density to, I'll just say 10, I guess. And then a minimum distance to itself of 5. I think this is too much. So I click populate. To minimum distance set to 5, and it should probably be set to 0.27 to maintain this distance. Okay. Let me print both of these. Let me actually just do this. Okay, so one of them is negative 0.45. The other one is negative 0.7. So what does that mean? The density, the distance is too high. And this other one means the density is too. So maybe, okay, so they are different values. So maybe this means that I should be changing the density. Like the suggestion is to change the density. Oh, this should be negative. Okay. So then I will say this. Yeah. This implies I want to change the distance. Or should it mean that I actually want to change the other one? The theory here is that one of these is really incorrect. The minimum distance is kind of incorrect. The density is very incorrect. So maybe this means I actually want to change the minimum distance. So one that's better, I guess. The one that's more accurate, I think, is probably the one that I want to tune. So in this case, this means, hey, your minimum distance is probably too high for your density that you requested. If the minimum distance was really crazy, then I would say, hey, your density's wrong. Wait. Does it mean the other one? The one that's more correct? Oh, the one that's less incorrect is the one you want to change. Wait, what? If the density was insane compared to the minimum distance, like it's too high, then I probably want to change the density, right? Yeah. If the minimum distance is really far off, then I want to change the density. Maybe I just say that I always intend on changing the density. Yeah, I'll say this is a bad settings, but then always be like the density. Okay, let's say that I want to place 100 things, and I set a really high minimum distance. So this means the difference between the expected density and the actual density is really, really high. So that means I want to change this one. If the distance is really far off, that means I want to place very few. Then I say the expected distance given the density, the expected distance from a given density is too much. So I probably want to turn down the density. Yeah, so it's the opposite one. The worst one, I want to change the opposite one. Okay. I mean, actually, this is kind of silly. I could just do this. So this means the distance is really incorrect, which means I probably want to try changing the density. Yeah. Okay. So the suggestion here is that I want to change the minimum distance. I want to reduce it. So let's say I want a density of 1 and I want a really high minimum distance. So I want to say these are 20. This is probably going to be incorrect too. This tells me that I want to the set and the expected one. Is it always going to be the other way around? Okay, what if I bring it to 10? It still wants me to change the minimum distance. This is minimum distance difference. This is the density difference. Yeah, so I was thinking these numbers would be the same then, right? So I have a mistake in here then. It seems like they're scaling with each other. So usable area divided by density gives me the average area for each one. Area equals pi r squared divided by pi. Square root that. You get expected distance r. Expected distance r. Expected density. Usable area and divide it by the area of the minimum distance. Okay, what if I make the density 100? $1,000. Yeah, so it seems like they track each other. Yeah, then both values are dropping. So is it not possible? The density is still really high. I was gonna say, at some point this should start dropping really quick too. As I get, that might be too close. So what's my mistake? Because one of these should be giving me the same result. So I was correct in that thinking. They should give me the same result. Expected density minus density over density. Expected distance minus distance over distance. Yeah. So it always thinks that density is too incorrect. It's really weird to me. I feel like they should be giving me the same value. Maybe this is wrong. Does this need to be in parentheses? There's no way. That's good. I mean, there's just no way. Is it wrong? I don't know. I think at this point I'd probably need to stop and then think about this on my own time. I did do something today. Started on LEDs a little bit and got the island looking a little bit nicer. This is weird to me. This is like actually just something that I really don't know why I don't understand it. I don't know if this is expected or if this is wrong and my initial assumption that these would be the same value was correct. And I've done some math incorrect here. Okay. Well, thank you for watching. This can be it today. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with this figured out, what's going on there. And then get trees going, and then I think what I want to do pretty soon is start working on the auto exposure again and the eye adaptation. Because it's bothering me a lot now. It's bothering me too much. And I just had that idea where I use the edges of the screen to determine a lower boundary for how far I can step. There's also another idea that I had, which is doing like environment brightness. Using some kind of computation to figure out how bright an environment is, and using that as a limiter. So I can't stand in a very bright room, put like a black square up against my eyes, and then my eyes adjust for that, or whatever. I mean, I guess that's possible, isn't it? In real life, you could do that. And you take the paper away and it's like really, really bright around you. Yeah, so scrap that one. Just taking the edges of the screen and using that to like limit how far down I can go. So I can't like be standing outside like this, looking at this part. But then there's really bright pixels out here. And the auto exposure is just going to start exposing up and exposing up until these bright parts are really, really bright. Like way too bright. Like this. I don't know, maybe I could still have like a minimum thing for like maybe given the time of day, and if I'm outside, there's a limit. And until I go inside, the limit drops. I don't know. All right. That's a ramble for a different day. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.